So, I don't know whether I'm going to be... I don't know why I'm so out of breath. That's not a good sign, is it? I don't know whether I'm going to be playing this the entirety of the stream. Mainly because I don't know what the state of the game is going to be. And the reason why I don't know what the state of the game is going to be is because they just did a big patch, which has supposedly ironed out all of the bugs. However, I'm not sure whether it will have or won't or whatever. I don't know what the actual state is going to be until I actually play it. I have read a few of the bug patches that they've done, and it seems like a lot of the most annoying patches have been ironed out, but some of them still haven't. Here, I'm going to switch over to this. Now, last time I went onto this save, we had an issue with the auto-saving, so that's what we're going to try first. We're actually going to try and load a quick save from... Actually, where are we going to try and load this quick save from? I think we're going to try and load the first quick save that we made. I'm not sure. Day 2. Right, let's save. Let's do this quick save, which is basically doing the mothership is in orbit of Kerbal. So let's try this one first. If it doesn't work, we're going to set up a new save. And I feel like we're going to be making a new save per craft file. That's just how it is. Which means a lot of my craft files are not going to get saved, unfortunately. We shall see, unless I can figure out how to do that. Janice! Sup, bitch? How's it going? Welcome in, Jen. That was 34 months. That is a ridiculous amount. I've only just started streaming. Did you have to do that now? 34 months of a tier 2 sub, I might also add. Which is twice as much, right? Thank you very much. How are you, Jen? I have a feeling that the game has already broken because it's not loading. So what I'm feeling is that the quick save that we've got, or at least you're stressed. I can imagine. The quick save we're on, this save file is corrupted. I don't think we're going to be able to go back to this save file itself, which is a little bit annoying. So let's force close this. So yes, there has been fixes to the game. However, the game is still not quite working correctly. Which is, you know, understandable, it being a alpha game and everything. However, I want to know whether... Ooh, restart later. My bad. It's your last... Yeah, because it's your last week here. I know, I figured that's why you would be stressed. And that incredibly understandable. I will reiterate that. Okay, let's try this again. So we might have to start a new save. I might be able to load the most recent autosave, maybe. That might work. And we might just have to work on getting the Kerbals back home. But it might be a matter of starting a brand new slate. Because I feel like that save file is... How tall am I? How tall do you think I am? How tall do you think I am? I'm taller than an animal, apparently. Right, let's load here. Let's load the last autosave. I want to see what this happened. Between 5'10" and 5'6". Correct. 6 foot. That is how tall I am. I'm 179 centimeters, which is about 5'11", I think. I think I'm just shy of 5'11". Why do you ask? Well, something's loading this time, so... Like, we're actually getting the loading screen, but it's not progressing. I was trying to judge from the pics. Yeah, me and Animal are about the same height. I think I'm a bit taller. A bit taller than Animal. Which I wasn't expecting, as he is Dutch. I was expecting him to be 6'10", but maybe that's just racism on my part. I don't know. Loved my jacket. Yeah, that's quite. It's a long coat jacket as well. It goes down below my butt. Okay, so where is this? So this is a save that seems to have worked. We don't have a lander. Our orbit is stable. Do we have... I have no ability to create a maneuver node. Oh, but... I'm apparently on a escape trajectory. What? This is the maneuver node, I think. Oh. Hello. We actually do have a working maneuver node. Let's bring these Kerbals home, shall we? I think it's about there that you have to burn. Oh, I can't remember how to do this. Is it on the other side then? Oh my god. I've forgotten how annoying maneuver nodes are in Kerbal. It's somewhere around there, I think. Is it tweed? No, it's a cotton blend. It's fake tweed. Perfect. So now I just need to wait until the actual time warp. So we can get these Kerbals home. So I'm not going to do this today. This is something that we can do on another day because now we know, for a matter of fact, we can get these Kerbals home, right? Which is actually great news. So these Kerbals can stay in orbit of Duna. I don't know how much Delta V we've got. Oh no, it tells us down here we've got 4,000 meters a second? That doesn't sound right. Yeah, no, it's not. That jacket is cool. I got that jacket about a year and a half ago for a Christmas party one time. And I wear it everywhere. Okay, let's, this is good. This is good. So, the save file isn't corrupted, but there are autosaves that are corrupted in the save file, so we've got to be very careful not to trigger those. I'm going to continue on with this save file then. We will come back for those colonists at another time. I need to figure out when the best time to do the transfer orbit is, because you still don't have a tool for that, but it looks like a lot of the bugs that we were having issues with that mission, well, at least the one that made the mission completely unplayable has now been fixed, so that's good. This is good. So let's go back to the Space Center, because I don't want to do that today. I want to design something new. Because, here's the thing. With every week of Kerbal, the Kerbal team have issued a challenge to build something in Kerbal. Now, challenge number 2 was to do a Strato launcher, which I didn't do, because number 1, Strato launchers will never work in the game, in its current build, because you will always lose the plane that it's launching from. And number 2, I've never built a Strato launcher before, and I don't want to start now. I think the main limitations. I'm dropping frames. Well, how rude. See, this is what happens when you. Oh, I wonder if there's a bug somewhere in my. That's not good, is it? I've only just started. It's not a CPU issue. It's got to be a frame rate. It's got to be a upload speed issue. Right, bear with me 1 sec. I'm going to see if I can fix it. I'll be back in a second. So I think my laptop was downloading something in the background, and my laptop's on in the other room. So I just went and turned that off. And it seems to have fixed the frame issues. So that could potentially be, could have been the issue, maybe. Anyway, let's go to the VAB. Because we want to build a thing. Also, the tiny, tiny cup has arrived again. Okay. So there was something. No. Okay, that's a load of bollocks. They lied to me. There was something in the patch notes that said that we could move along the z-axis. Move the camera along the z-axis, which we can, actually. But the... Yeah, so we can move the camera along the z-axis now, which is so much nicer. That being said, could have done with being, instead of rotating the camera with the mouse button, being able to move on the X and Y axis as well, instead of just the Z axis. So we can move up and down, but we can't move left and right, which I find is just annoying. It's tantalizingly annoying. Right, let's start a new... That didn't actually delete it though, did it? Do new mission here. Fighter jets. Okay, no, it didn't. Okay, so this is gonna be... So basically, the challenges that we have is each week you have a new challenge to land on something. Now, we did the Mon on week 1 because we did that like straight away. And the Mon is, let's face it, that's a lot more challenging than Minmus, so we went to the Mon first. Last week it was launch a strato rocket from a rocket from a strato launch into orbit, and now it is land on Minmus. That's the challenge. That's the weekly challenge. Well, we could do that very easy, right? Like, Minmus is not difficult. However, what I think to make that a little bit more challenging is to create a spaceplane. Especially because we've got like some newer spaceplaney parts that we can kind of utilize here. And potentially have a play around with. Well, I guess these aren't necessarily new, but like we can play around with some of these and see if we can build a spaceplane, maybe with the inline cockpit. That could be quite fun, and see if we can play around with the spaceplane, doing it that way. There's things that we have to kind of put into consideration, because if we want to go out as far as Minmus with the spaceplane, potentially we could be using the nuclear engines. I don't know yet. We'll see, because with the nuclear engine we wouldn't need that much hydrogen. and then 1 nuclear engine, we should be able to get the whole way and back fairly quickly. So I don't quite know that that's the route I'm going to go down. Another way that we could do, because the issue with spaceplanes on Minmus is that Minmus doesn't have an atmosphere, right? So there's no point in having wings out there. So now if we had robotic parts, I would absolutely use robotic hinges to fold the plane, like the wings up for the transit out to Minmus and make it look really cool, and then fold it back down for the landing kind of thing. Or we could do something a little bit different with like VTOL engines, so that you swivel the engine down and then just land with the engines that you use to take off from the runway, right? So there's multiple different things that we could have done. However, I think just a standard spaceplane, then we flip it around and we burn retrograde and land on the tail kind of thing is probably good enough. It does mean having to land backwards, unless I can figure out how to do VTOL. We might be able to do VTOL. I don't know. We shall see. So that's the first plan, is figuring out what we're using. There is a way to do VTOL, actually. I'll tell you what, let's start throwing some things down. Let's build. So basically what we need to be able to get to and from Minmus. So the amount of delta V required is actually not that much. The majority of the delta V is spent trying to get the Minmus intercept. Now, it says 1270 to get the Minmus intercept, but that's not actually true. If you launch at the right time, you can get the Minmus intercept in like 900 meters a second, right? Because it's all about that inclination change that you've got to make. And if you launch down a 6-degree track from the runway with the spaceplane when Minmus is at the right time, then you're spending like 900. But we're still going to aim for this 1200 meters a second. Then we've also got another 150 to get into low Minmus orbit, and the 180 to get down onto the surface. So this is about 1500. Now we also need to get back from low orbit, back from the surface, and then burn back down to Kerbal. And we can use the atmosphere to slow ourselves down and do some aerobraking and things from there on. So realistically, we're looking at, for that portion of the craft, I would say around about maximum 2000 meters a second, because we might want to do some like burns in low Kerbal orbit to be able to orientate so that we can land back on the runway, that sort of thing, to make sure that we've got the right inclination around Kerbal coming back home, just like some minor change burns and that sort of stuff. So we might decide that we want to do that. So about 2000 meters a second should be enough. So let's build the fuselage, the main part of the craft, which will contain that 2000 meters a second. And then we'll add the wings to it. And then we're going to add the air-breathing engines, which will contain the fuel that we need to get into orbit of low Kerbal orbit. So that's going to be the plan, I think. Now we might change around the structure a lot during this build. But I've got an idea how it is going to work. It's whether or not it will work. I mean, I guess that sums up everything I just said there in a nutshell. It's whether or not it'll work. I don't know. So what I'm looking at here, we've got different options. So let's start thinking about the vacuum option, the vacuum engine options. And I want to have a look at the ISP and the thrust for the vacuum. Now, I'm looking at the Terrier and I'm thinking that's probably going to be the best option because it's low mass, right? Now, we do have better ISP engines for vacuum down here in the Poodle, but it's quite a lot heavier. So you're only getting 5 extra seconds worth of instant specific impulse, but you're also taking an extra ton and a bit to orbit. So the Poodle, I don't think, is going to be efficient. And I'm looking at other engines that we've got. And the reason why I don't want to go with the Spark is because the thrust is... There's quite a big hit on the thrust. So I'm thinking the Terrier, if we go just Methalox. And then, obviously, we've also got jet engines to think about, maybe. I mean, obviously there is the Rapier engines, right? And this doesn't show you the ISP of the... I don't know if that shows you all the information of the ISP. Hold on, I need to have a look. It does. Okay, so it's 305. So that's not efficient outside of the atmosphere. So that we would only want to ignite these, because we are probably going to want to use the Rapiers, right? Like they're the go-to engine, just to keep it less complex. So basically we've got two different engines on. We've got the vacuum engines that we're using, which will probably just be a single Terrier, which would make the burn times going to be quite high. And then probably multiple Rapier engines to be able to get the craft from the runway into low Kerbal orbit. I'm having a look. Also, that also means that we're using the same fuel, so the actual build itself is going to be nicer. What about the swivel? Swivel, again, the mass of this engine. In fact, the mass of every other engine is just crazy big. The thud, you kind of need two of those for that to work. So, like, the mass of these engines... Yeah, so I think that's the combo that we want for this. I mean, there are other ways of being able to do this. I mean, if we want to go micro size, the Ant is actually pretty good. That's a pretty good engine because it weighs nothing and the ISP is almost the same as the Terrier. It's just the thrust is bad. But, I mean, you can counter that with not having any mass, right? So the Ant is actually potentially an interesting idea. I remember I built a rocket with these Spider engines. We did. We built multiple rockets. No, it was the Twitch engines that we built, not the Spider engines. I don't know. I can't remember. Maybe it was a bit of both. A combination of both. Can't remember. We could utilize them for like maneuvering thrusters, like high speed maneuvering. Although that being said, yeah, maybe not. I don't know. Okay, so like I said, I've kind of got an idea. So what we're going to do, we're going to start throwing this main body together, and this is going to look weird. Right. Yes, okay, I remember now. The building for this is not great. I'll tell you what I want. So we also want to take Kerbals. Utility. Where is it? Like... No, it's none of those. Electrical, thermal, ground, aerodynamics. Maybe it's payloads, actually. Crew cabins. It is payloads. Okay, well that was already complicated. I'm thinking we're gonna probably utilize the Mark II cargo bay here. We'll open it up. This is where we can have all of our electrical equipment. So maybe a couple of solar panels. The RCS, which we will want to add. So actually, let's have a look at the monopropellant fuel. So we've got these round tanks. Okay, noted. Got smaller versions of those. I mean, Oh, I am already falling out with Kerbal. Oh my god. Okay, so there's a camera glitch that when you right click, you actually go back to... So I'm now centered around this, which is like the main part, but if I right click to move the camera around that part, it switches back. So that's a bug. Yeah, it switches back to its original position. Ugh, I hate this, man. Yeah, look, it switches back. That is very obnoxious. Ah, there we go. Okay, I think I've figured out how to do that then. Okay, cool. So they have changed how the camera angling works, which is interesting. I'll tell you what I want in here. And what docking ports do we actually have available? Do we have... Okay, so it's just these clampertrons, which yeah. So from here, actually, then, we want to... Because I want to be able to dock this up to stations as well. So, idealistically, the docking port's going to be inside here. So let's get some structural stuff. I think actually I'm going to add the monopropellant in there. Tell you what, we could rotate it round this way. I can really squeeze this in. I really want to make this like a tight fit, ideally. There we go. Cool. Okay, so that gives us some basis of what's going on in here. Other electrical stuff that we kind of wouldn't mind is some reaction wheels, because we've kind of learnt that the crafts don't function very well at the moment. I don't know whether it's still the case, but we'll add reaction wheel there and a reaction wheel here. There we go. Makes it look a little bit tidier. That looks pretty cool. I quite like that. And then on top of this, I would also like a solar panel. So electrical. And I'm trying to think which would be the best for this. Yeah, maybe that's too big. Something nice and simple. Something like this, right? Whoops. I hate the shiny effect that we get. So then that means that the solar panels will kind of be tilted up like that. I'm actually thinking that we could probably tilt this depending on where these cargo bay doors sit. I like that noise that they've added. Maybe like this. Can I... We do get a visual representation of that now. Cool. Yeah, I like that. I like that. Okay, so that's going to be our cargo bay there with everything. So the fact that that is all working, by the way, is very good. That's a good sign for me. Let's open this back up. Let's get something attached over to the side here. Actually, let's get a structural component. It's got to look good though, because we want to hide the docking port in here. Now, a lot of this is definitely subject to change. Like, I'm not gonna solidify. I don't want the truss. I want this. Can I not? That's upside down. Nice game. Now, the thing is with that, I don't think this is going to close correctly. It is not. But I also feel like no matter what we do here, it's not going to close correctly, right? Okay, this is annoying me a little bit. Where is the color picker? Oh, there it is. Yeah, I don't want the base color to be... You know, I do want an accent color, so we're just going to pick black. And it's to the entire assembly. There we go. And that just means that things stop being shiny. There we go. It just gives it a little bit, and we can always change that at some point. Actually, you know what? Let's just take all of that off. I just wanted the base color to be a little bit darker, just so that we can actually see what we're doing. Cool. And again, we can customize the colors on this. So I mean, we could do it like that. I mean, if we really wanted to be tight with space, it would be like this, but I still think that that's gonna... Actually, it's not too bad. And we could use the smaller docking port here. Basically what I'm trying to achieve, do you remember the space plane kind of docking ports that were all just this kind of thing? Basically it would just open and close and it would just be a docking port. The inline docking ports. That's what I'm trying to create here, apart from with RCS around it. Probably batteries would be good in here too. Trying to align that up correctly, which I think it now is. So let's have a look at electrical, see if we've got some like small batteries that we can throw in. Not that this build of Kerbal needs the extra batteries, but it just makes my life a little bit easier, I think. And for the batteries, I'm just going to have... we still can't do like a good color picker, but I mean, that's okay. I can live without color pickers. So you know, we do have a little bit of part clipping there. Okay, so that is actually its own assembly. Okay, it's not its own assembly. I thought, for an instance, I thought that... No. No, please don't tell me it's... Okay. You have to kind of like build it separate, which is a little bit irritating. Okay, that's no longer irritating me. Ah. Okay, so that should be its own assembly now. Oh, it's still not. For whatever reason, I think it's because there then becomes 2 attachment points. So it doesn't quite work the same way that Kerbal does. Wait. No. Okay, so I think that is now its own attachment, which is great. That's exactly what I wanted to do. Let's get rid of that. Okay, so this is, like I said, its own attachment. So we can move that around so that it's like in the exact place that I want it. Because effectively what we've got in here is something that can be moved around. Yes, sure, it's got the monopropellant, but in terms of mass, that's not going to weigh that much. So we don't have to transition it around the center of mass because there's no thrusters on there. It's just a docking port. So if I wanted, I could have that docking port at the back, I could have that docking port at the front, kind of thing. All kind of like depends on where I want it, or I could have it right in the center, which is probably, let's be honest, where I'm going to put it. I mean, logically, it makes sense for that to be attached together, so that you've got the crew module and the docking port together. I don't know whether I'm going to be using this one yet, though. Let's start. The reason why I don't think I am going to use that and use like a combination of the cockpit and the fuel, maybe. What is this? I want Methalox, right? So I'm thinking instead we could have like, this can be the pointy end of the rocket because it's a similar kind of length there. I'm not going to do it like that, obviously. And we can contain fuel in this. And then have... No, I don't like that. We need a control pod. I do really like the idea of like using this bubble thing, like we used to in the past. Use that as the kind of the cockpit. We've got it's a single seater pilot cockpit. It's going to take some getting used to, this new camera tool. So we can kind of like use this and then clip it in somehow. That might not be a good idea. So it'd be like that sort of a thing, and then endouse everything around the cockpit. So say everything below the cockpit is fuel, right? So we might be able to achieve that with something like this. Maybe. Maybe not. Well, that's the nose cone, right? So is there a way that lets me combine the nose cone here? And you might be thinking, Womble, this seems a lot like cheating. You'd be right. But I'm not combining like two fuel sources into one here. I am repurposing this nose cone, this Mark II nose cone, to basically make the craft look a little bit nicer. Because this, effectively, that nose cone is... Oh, but because it's the bubble, I don't think it's going to work because it's the bubble, right? So we can't clip things in because you'll be able to see it. Okay, so maybe that doesn't work. It doesn't work anymore. Maybe it doesn't work anymore then. That's okay. Use the cockpit that doesn't show. Do we have another cockpit that doesn't kind of like show the interior? I mean, I can work around this. It just means that when we look at it, the Kerbal will be sitting, like his legs will literally be inside the fuselage. Gold windows. Can we actually do that? Oops, didn't want that. Also, hey Chilean, how's it going, my dude? Just don't mind me, just trying to exploit a little bit of Kerbal too. We can't quite do that anymore because we've got see-through windows, so I can't clip things in like I used to. Some are gold windows. Yeah, but in the future, I think everything is going to be see-through, right? Yeah, you see, all of these cockpits that I would be using have see-through. Do you mean these pods? Yeah, they've got golden windows, you see, but they are going to all have clear see-through windows in the future. So I don't think there's a workaround for this. Oh well, it just means that we'll have to design something without using the clipping method. Okay, so that back to square one then. I still don't want to utilize this. Maybe you can toggle them. I've just tried. I can't see that there's a toggle. Maybe you could toggle them in the future. Yeah, you might be able to toggle them in the future. I mean, let's be honest though, it was a complete exploit. Like, like it's okay that they've taken this out. I am actually okay with that. I'm thinking that what I was trying to do there is potentially a bit difficult to game anyway. Right, okay, well, we can do that. The nose cone. I mean, I think this is an acceptable deviation here. Let's put that up right at the front. It still has the desired effect, what I was trying to do. It does mean that I don't necessarily get fuel in there. I was kind of hoping for fuel to go in that front tank. But we could change that up. Makes it look ugly. Makes it look ugly and isn't exactly what I want anyway. Duck nose! I kind of wish there was a variant where this would contain fuel, because it seems a little bit of a missed opportunity there, that there isn't a rocket, that there isn't a fuel tank that I can pop in there. So you got it the other way around. Right? Launch it like that. You can put the small cockpit on that now. I don't need it now. I don't need the small cockpit on now. I've got the Mark II inline cockpit. I'm trying to make this as small as possible, by the way. I don't know if you could tell. That's kind of like my additional challenge that I've added on to myself. And this part of the craft... So what I'm imagining is I'm going to build this in 3 stages. So the central fuselage bit, that's going to be the main like spacefaring segment. So that's going to contain the non-atmospheric engines, the landing gear and apparatus for Minmus, and it's also going to contain like docking ports so that we can dock it to things in the future, and it's also going to contain like the crew modules and the fuel for that non-atmospheric flight, right? So that's what I'm trying to design right now. And it's a matter of making sure I don't put too much mass into this so that when we get to the actual design of the spaceplane segment with the wings and the atmospheric part of the flight, it's not too heavy and I don't have to like put ridiculous amount of fuel in this to take off. Not sure how much I like this. And that looks odd. I'm kind of wondering if we can save this with... I mean, not gonna lie, I like that nose cone. That's the big problem I'm having right now. But I really want... So what I'm looking for is I want all of my complete mass in the center here. So that's the mass that doesn't change, right? So that's my dry mass. I want all the dry mass in the center, and then I want 2 fuel tanks either side so that they both drain at the same time and the center of mass doesn't change when it's empty as opposed when it's full. So if I just stick this nose cone on, we're going to have all of our fuel at the back of the plane, which isn't necessarily the best place for all the fuel to be, because then as the fuel drains, the center of mass will shift, which means that you've got to effectively either land the plane on, which will be in atmosphere on low fuel with like the help of canards and that sort of thing, or like during takeoff, it's going to be extremely like extremely top heavy. No, other way around. Extremely top heavy when it comes back to land, which actually isn't necessarily that much of a bad thing, because as the center of mass moves forward further away from the area of lift, but then it's just going to come out of the sky like a stone, right? We don't want that. So, you know, I'm trying to think how to do this properly. So what we could do, basically I'm trying to get a good ratio, a fuel ratio here. I don't know if that's the right word, I don't care. So what we could do something like that. It's just, like I said, it is a shame that this doesn't contain fuel. I think that about a lot of the nose cones and stuff, but really if you are building this sort of craft, then you would probably do it like the other way around. Anyway. So this is a rough sketch at the moment, but I'm thinking something like this, alright? Now the readout says 1,900 meters a second, but that doesn't include all of the other stuff that we're adding onto this, like the wings and the other part of, like the other parts. So still not great. See, then what? See this. So this is my problem, right? Right now, the center of mass is balanced right on the center part of the craft. But if we like drop these fuel tanks to say halfway, drop this fuel tank to halfway, and drop this fuel tank to halfway, that center of mass will drastically shift. Which I will determine by turning it off and on again. See what I mean? Like it shifts forward. Which isn't, again, not necessarily a bad thing. If the center of mass shifts further forward through the flight, that's not, like, as long as it's not to the extreme, it's not always a bad thing. And we can counterbalance this by just moving the engine further away from where the actual center of mass is. Yeah, you see, it really does shift forwards. So that's going to be an issue during landing. Because it's just going to want to nosedive. So I'm thinking scratching that. It looks a little bit like a submarine. Actually, I'm going to get rid of this. Put on the smaller one instead. Well, that's too much delta V anyway, so we don't want that. So this means that the center of mass should be balanced through and through, right? So if we lowered everything down to 0. So there's still some bugs with the camera angles. If we turn it off and on again. Okay, so now the center of mass is moving backwards. But it's a lot more stable than what it was before. It's right around the window. Oh, do you know what, game? Shifting backwards. So that means it's shifting forwards. Under high mass, because there's more fuel in the back of the plane than what there is at the front. It's shifting forwards. We can balance this out with where we put the air breathing fuel, just the methanol. And that center of mass is going to be moved right back anyway, because I'll have the air breathing engines out on the wings out here, I think. Yep, maybe, I mean, this might work. It doesn't look great though, does it? At the moment, it doesn't look great. So we've got 2,800 meters a second in this. Now, bear in mind, we are gonna need to carry our extra mass with us here. So we're probably gonna have 2 of these. We're probably gonna have an empty one of those. We will have probably the shock cone intakes. That's probably enough, right? Engine pre-cooler. like the fact that we've still got those radial air intakes as well. And then we're also going to have wings. Not those wings. We could really play with the like with the wings on this. Just for the time being, I'm curious. Do you like making music? Me? A little bit Chilean, yeah. I mean, I'm no musician. There's a new toy called Chompy. Why is this not working? I mean, I'd have to play around with this a lot more, and we would also need like landing gear and all sorts of stuff. But that is the basic concept right there, and I'd probably be tempted just to pull this in a bit. I mean, obviously, that wing, more than likely this wing length is not going to be quite right here. They might fall off as Mark 1, at Mark 1 like you did. I will be strutting everything, don't worry. Like, all I'm doing at the moment, all I'm going to be doing at the moment is just playing around with the actual design, because I've got an idea in my head how it's gonna work, but I'm not sure if it's gonna work. That is not what I wanted. Oh. Why does Kerbal always... Oh, they always does this to me. I orientate it how I want it to go on, and then it tries to do something completely different. I was very worried then that this wasn't going to work. Oh, I can't do with the way that the camera angles work. It's not how old Kerbal used to do camera angles, damn it! Been playing the original Kerbal as I can't afford the second one yet. Hey Tigress. K Tigress. How's it going? I don't know much about the current state of Kerbal 2 because this is the first time I've played it since the last update. However, it does seem to be running at least a little bit smoother than what it was. Thought they updated it. They have one of the patch notes for the camera controls was that now you can hold middle mouse button down and move through the Z-axis, which is this axis here. However, in Kerbal, in the spaceplane hangar, which is where I used to build everything, if you held middle mouse button down, you had free camera range of all axis. So it's still inferior, and it's still getting used to. What you can do, you can like middle mouse button over like a specific part, and then that is your focal point. And then from there, you can kind of move the camera around. At the moment, if you hit right click, so say if I go to this, the back engine here, right? So I'm now focused around this engine. I can then hit middle mouse button and I can move my camera all the way up the fuselage like this by moving up and down. It's a little bit counterintuitive, but because it's counterintuitive because as you go up, you're actually going down the craft. And then if you pull back, you're actually going up. So if you're pulling down on the mouse pad, you're going up, right? But the moment you hit right mouse button, it centers it back around into the middle. So even if you've got this part selected, you move that mouse, and then you kind of it like flies you around to like to the center point, right? Which is very disorientating. Whereas Kerbal in the past, in the spaceplane hangar, like I said, I used to build everything in the spaceplane hangar. Used to be able to do free camera movement throughout from there. Okay, I think I'm not building these wings right. So they have updated the controls, and they are better than what they were. However, there's still, in my opinion, there's still issues. But maybe that's just me and the flaws with my game. The way I play it. Although I did say that last time and they've patched it. So something I don't like about this, we're still not like updating where this area of lift is and the center of mass. So it's not live updating. We've got to kind of like turn it off and on. There we go. So now I've got the center of mass slightly above and in front of the area of lift. If we drain the methane here, the area of the center of mass should move forwards, which it does. Okay, that's what we wanted to see. And now, put that back in. So we've got, in these first engines there, I mean, that's... I don't know if that's going to be enough. I'll be honest, I haven't done a... Also, is it just me, or is this thing already starting to look like very X-Jet? We might have to add canards on this. Although, that being said, I don't think we're going to need them. We are going to need landing gear, though. Oh my goodness, I can never get this orientation thing right. There we go. Haven't been on for a few weeks, kids. EJSA found a cliff in the runway, but it might just be in his game. A cliff in the runway. That probably is just in his game, but it doesn't surprise me. It reminds me of an early Blackbird design. It really does, doesn't it? Which, by the way, the X-Jet that was designed around the Blackbird plane, I believe. This is unintentional. I'm not intentionally designing the Blackbird, just so you're aware. But that would be a pretty cool idea to build, I guess, is a Blackbird. Yeah, no, it does. It does have that kind of vibes to it, right? Like, it's definitely got a Blackbird feel to it. I'm gonna separate myself from the Blackbird design though in a sec. Because the Blackbird... Oh, I hate these. There it is. No, that's not right. Also, there's... I can never get the orientation right. The X-Men Blackbird over the real design. I mean, it's from a comic book, right? But I mean, yeah, the X-Men Blackbird design was designed around the actual Blackbird. Okay, so I'm missing something. Roll control. Yaw is what I'm missing. I'm also thinking, just to make this look even more cool, no. This is more aesthetics. I don't think that I will actually need this. But little intakes here. You see what I mean? Like, sometimes... Yeah, I've middle mouse button and then it kind of like resets. There we go. They're more for aesthetic purposes. We don't actually need those, but I think it looks cool. What else? What else do we actually need from this? So we do need yaw control, and also we need roll control, right? Because this is only going to provide pitch, and I don't think there's any way of actually changing the actual control surfaces here. Change the position. You can do quite a lot with these control surfaces. It's kind of like position them so that they're in the right place. Are you going with a scramjet liquid rocket engine hybrid design? Kind of, yes. So that will be pitch, I guess. Which I don't know if that sits well with me, having pitch there. But I also want roll controls. So let's get a control surface. And that'll depends on where the area of lift actually is, because I presume it's going to generate lift. Oh, that automatically updated. Look, it's automatically updating when we change it. So that might have got patched. Passing the engine test contracts. Is that in Kerbal 1? I presume you mean Kerbal 1, because there's no contracts in this game as far as I'm aware. Yes. What do you mean the engine test contracts? What sort of contracts are you struggling with? To be honest, those engine, those contracts are not easy. So You have to fly between a certain altitude or so, and then at like a certain speed, right? If I remember right, I presume. Does the changing the wing angle actually change the center of lift? I don't think it does. So my solution to those contracts, because I know what you mean, they are difficult. My solution to those contracts was design a plane that, with any engine that you've got unlocked, that can, and you know will be able to fulfill the requirements. And then inside a cargo bay, have the test engine, and just right-click that part, pin it, so that it's always up, and then once you're fulfilling those criteria, that's when you hit run test. That test engine doesn't actually have to be running, and it doesn't actually activate the engine. It doesn't need to be connected up to a fuel source. As long as you run test, then it works. So that was my way around those. But they are not easy contracts. So advanced controls on this is just going to be roll. The one I'm on is taking the Poodle engine above Kerbal altitude is between... Oh, right. Yeah, so it's 120 to 240 meters a second. So something that you could do... Now, is that ground speed or orbital speed? But yeah, for me personally, to get up to 33 to 39 kilometers, around that region, I would build a jet-fed engine and just kind of tilt up and hope that you hit the thing at the right time. It's a difficult undertaking because you've got to have a cargo bay that can contain the Poodle engine. It's either that or you could design a purpose-built rocket just for getting your payload to that altitude. So you need to work out how much delta V that's going to take, which is not an easy feat. It's actually a lot harder than working out how much delta V you need to get to orbit, because orbital parameters don't change, whereas, like... Well, I mean, they're already worked out for you. You can look up delta V maps and things like that. But yeah, no, it's all a matter of you want your apoapsis of your rocket to be about 40 kilometers, and then you should either on ascent or descent be able to meet the criteria of the 120 meters a second. Something else that you could do, launch a rocket up and then have a mini rocket, a booster rocket that then fires you in the ground, like basically perpendicular to the ground, and do it that way. That's an option. It's difficult. It's not going to be easy. Those contracts were always purposefully very difficult, and I felt that they were more difficult than some of the other stuff that you could do. Hey Animal, how's it going, man? But keep trying. Trial and error. That's the answer. And so we've got the control service there. Now, I believe it might be the stabilizer that I want for this. I'm not gonna lie, I legit don't know the difference between stabilizers, control surfaces, and anything else. Wow, it really is getting a Blackbird feel to this now. Train Wi-Fi isn't good today. I think I'm just gonna go one whopping big yaw control thing here, so we're just gonna go a big old fin. Audio only. I see. I see. Hope things are well. How was Amsterdam? Meet anyone there? No, no one of importance. Just as a side note to anyone who doesn't have a clue what me and Animal are talking about, I went to Amsterdam at the end of last week, and I met Animal there. I had a good time actually in Amsterdam. It was fun. The center area of lift actually doesn't get affected by where these wings are. It's more the positioning of... No, I had a good time. It was nice. It was nice meeting you. We had pancakes. We did indeed. This is just going to be your control. Okay, so we need some RCS thrusters for this. I don't actually know if this will make orbit. I don't know if there's enough liquid fuel there to make orbit. Oh, and also, I'm an idiot. I don't have any extra methalox in order to use the rocket engines to actually get to orbit once we get there. So let's add that on and just hope that that didn't kill everything. It was a lovely day. It was indeed. No, I don't want to do that. Stop it. I legit don't know how much I need for this. I don't know if that's going to be enough or not. Too bad you don't get flaps like the B2, B21s for turning controls. Yes, that's true. I'm not gonna lie, I don't know whether this is gonna work. I have a high suspicion it's not got enough delta V, but I'm in the mentality of trial and error. That did help shift the center of mass back slightly though, so that's good. Okay, so let's label this Minmus Space Plane Project. We might have to make serious designs for this. Flaps like canards? I don't want canards. I don't need canards. The area of lift is in the right place. Things that are on an angle. Yeah. Well, I probably will need to change the angle of the control surfaces out here, maybe. Because that's my roll control. I don't know, we'll see. I don't even know if this is going to fly correctly. I don't have any RCS. Let's put the RCS on first and then we can continue. So we want... Might be utility. RCS, it is. I've got the monopropellant. I don't know how much monopropellant is in this. But 0.1 tons. And Then we've got 6 times 0.04. Seriously, is that it? Okay. They're the air brakes that flap like, oh, that pop out as wing surfaces on the B2 and the B, yeah, for steering in flight. Yeah, that's, I guess we could use the control surfaces that would kind of work like that. KSP has 1 air brake design. That's true. It does, it does, it does. But I never use those air brakes, not really. Okay, let's get some RCS on this. I want to put the RCS around the center of mass, so let's just, what, 2 on there, 2 on here, and we need those 2 there, I think. And then we would need to control this depending on... Control those vents for the RCS depending on how strong they were. Because this, at the moment, is too far away from the center of mass. Another reason why you want the center of mass to stay relatively the same, in the same place, which this one is not going to be doing. But if we are going to be docking this, when it comes round to actually docking, we want to make sure that the RCS is all positioned around the center of mass. So if that center of mass is changing, it's a lot more difficult to get the RCS in the correct place, right? So think about it in the form of pivot points. If you're putting like more, if you're putting the same amount of pressure up here as what you are down here, so you've got this pressure point here and this pressure point all the way up there. Even though you've got the same amount of thrust firing, because this is further away from the center of mass, you're going to be putting more momentum in that direction. So the vessel's going to spin instead of just move unilaterally in a single direction. I don't know if what I just said made any sense or if it was correct, but that's, yeah, that's what you're getting. So you basically, what I'm trying to say is you want your RCS to be around this, equal to the where the center of mass is. Or you can reduce the amount of pressure that you're putting on in these places, which is probably what I will end up doing. So I'll probably end up halving this because there's twice as much distance as what there is here. There are ways of actually figuring out what you need to do to these, to your RCS nodes, but we won't bother with that just now. You need unilateral false directions. In KSP-1, I have the 6th gen fighter jet that can't deploy all its control surfaces and 2 air brakes on the back to slow down, which it can quite efficiently do without being too dangerous. I was listening to EJ yesterday build a Saturn V rocket Kerbal style. I also did a Saturn V style rocket. But I accidentally saved over it, and now my Saturn V rocket is an F-18 fighter jet. So I also did that in Kerbal 2, but now it's a fighter jet. As you can see up here, the vehicle name is Cronus 5. Cronus was the Greek version of Saturn, I believe. Saturn was the Roman god, Cronus was the Greek version. So basically, I'm an idiot. So I did have one, I don't anymore. At least in Kerbal 2. In Kerbal 1, I do. In Kerbal 1, my Saturn V build is so outdated, I don't even use the Making History DLC, which actually has the Saturn V parts. Saturn V Transformer, go! If you'd like to see my version of the Saturn V rocket, bear in mind it was in a version of Kerbal that was broken, so I had to tweak things in order for it to actually work. There are videos that you can watch on YouTube, because I saved all the VODs and they are live. Okay, so I think this will be okay, because part of one of the patches that we had, one of the patch notes, was making sure that all the structural links of a craft go through the grandparent parts now. So everything should be strutted together through grandparent part, right? So that it's kind of the same way as doing auto strut. Something that I haven't done, well, there's a lot of things that I haven't done. We need to come up with action groups. So action group 1, custom group 1 is gonna be, oh god, how do I edit this? Maybe this? No, this? There we go. Okay, so custom group 1? No, how do I? Maybe I have to select it from here. This is annoying. So custom group 1 is going to cycle mode, and at the same time it's going to, oh wait, utility? Oh, I have to find it. That's really irritating. It's got to be under error. Shock nose cone is going to be toggled, right? So it should start on the cycle, close, should start on air breathing. Then if we hit 1, the nose cones will close, and then it will go to the close cycle. So that's custom group 1. You don't have to do that, by the way, but that's just law for me. You don't have to toggle the intakes. I also need, what's that one called? Adjustable, oh, it's right here, Dumbo. Do I have to do that for every single one, though? I think I do. I think I've got, it's not in symmetry, is it? No. So I need to go back to engine. This is slightly irritating. Cool. So that's custom group 1. Custom group 2 will toggle these two engines. Actually, no, because I want to trigger this at the same time as having these on. Probably. So custom 2 is just to shut down and activate those engines. So let's go to custom 2. Rapiers is going to be toggle engine. Toggle engine. Then custom 3 is going to be toggle engine for the Terrier. Custom group 4 is going to be all my utility stuff. So payload first, probably? No. Yes? Yes. So toggle the cargo bay. Hey Kath, how's it going? And How was the trip? Trip was good, thank you. I did a lot of walking. That was about it, really. Nothing else of note, nothing else of importance happened. Just walking. How are you, Kath? What have you been doing? Sounds horrible. That you don't want to hear the other thing that I did then. It's flat though. Amsterdam is completely flat. It's just a massive swamp that's been built on stilts. Did you get a hooker? Yeah, but it wasn't what I was expecting it would be. I was mildly disappointed. No, I'm kidding. I need... So the cargo bay, I want the cargo bay doors to open, and at the same time, we can toggle the panels. Lots of weed. Yep, absolutely. No, it was a lot of like museums and stuff. I went to the Anne Frank house. I went to the Space Museum they've got in Amsterdam. There was like the Body Works Museum as well, which was very interesting. There was a lot of biology stuff in that. Hey, Cyan, how's it going, my dude? What else did I do? I went to the Amsterdam Dungeon, which was kind of a dramatic, I'm trying to scare you as much as possible, and all of the teenagers running around going, ah, kind of thing. And I'm just like, oh, this is entertaining, but not scary. I don't find jump scares really that great. I know Amsterdam Dungeon, been there. It's good. It's good. Don't get me wrong. It's good, but yeah. I didn't realize you were 95. Yeah. But yeah, no, I went to basically just a lot of museums and stuff. No, Amsterdam Dungeon was very good. I rate that. It's given me some cool ideas in terms of potentially a horror-based roleplay session at some point. Okay, so Custom Group 4 is going to be toggling the payload bay doors and the panels. However, I want the panels on a separate circuit as well. So Custom Group 5 is... also going to toggle the panels. That's if I can find them. Electrical, probably? Yeah. And the reason why I want that is because during docking, the panels are pointing in towards where the docking port's going to be. So if this craft is going to dock, I've just noticed something. The tail fin will have to move. That's okay. We can move that. Your wife's in Wales right now. No care package this time. She's with her Welsh family. Nice. So I am actually going to move where the yaw control is, and that gives me a little bit more of a leeway on how we can make this work. So we can make this a little bit smaller, I think. Now it really does look like a blackbird, apart from the fact that the wings here are not quite right, but... There is a lot of swords in chat. That is a lot of sword. Janice. Don't be rude. I can hear some form of motorbike outside my window. It's very obnoxious. This is... I don't know whether I like the fact that it does look very much Blackbirdy. Kinky. Let's not go there. No, don't save. You see, this is how easy it is to save over the craft file. It's so easy to save over your craft file. Why? Like, that was not, Cronus 5 was not the thing that I've been working on. And yet it tried to save over the To The Moon save file. That is so annoying. Right, let's save it. I have no idea what you're on about. I'm never rude, lewd, or crude. I really don't think we've got the right amount of fuel in this, but I'm gonna launch it. I can't think what else we could do, and I'm in a mood to just stick it and send it. I don't think it's necessarily gonna work, but we'll see. Okay. Well, that's a new bug. It's daytime, but it's also nighttime. Game, it's daytime, but also nighttime? I don't... Okay. There's no moisture in the air. I know, right? There's clouds over there, though. Frame rate does seem to have slightly improved. It's not as choppy as what it has been in the past. There's no methane clouds. I know, right? Well... The hell, man? It takes off quite well. However, I'm not sure it's got the amount of thrust I need it to do. Let's level out a little bit and we'll just let it fly to build up its So my question is it taking the liquid fuel from all of the liquid fuel types? Apparently we've got electric charge in the game now as well. Also, something I've just noticed, I've got SAS on and the plane is working as a plane. Did you design that Kerbal to look at you? Oh yeah, there is. There's a Kerbal right here. Oh, music's changed. So, we're not able to go subsonic speeds right now. which means we've got too much mass on and not enough thrust. So potentially double engine it. We could double engine it, that might work. It's you in Kerbal form. It does look a little bit like me in Kerbal form, that is correct. Yeah, because we're not able to go faster. So that wasn't what I thought would go wrong with this, so that's interesting. Let's revert back to the VAB, confirm the revert. That's interesting, that's not what I thought would be wrong with the craft, but that does mean that we know we need to add more boosters, more thrust. More thrust is required. It's either that or we reduce the amount of liquid oxygen. No, we need more thrust. Which is going to change where my area of lift, center of mass is going to be, but that's okay. I think we can work around it. Makes me wonder whether they've fundamentally changed the Rapier engines yet, or whether they've or whether they haven't, and I'm just incapable. Well, a good place to start for us to kind of like start solving the problem is figure out where what the actual overall mass is first, and then we can see. Then I'll be able to figure out whether we've got enough or not. But yeah, I was kind of hoping that we'd be able to get up to a good speed very quickly, but we weren't. We couldn't break through the sound barrier, and I'm pretty sure that once we break through that sound barrier, it's going to become a lot more efficient, a lot easier. All right, let's have a look at the total mass of this thing. Yeah, it is. It's quite heavy, 30 tons. And 15 of that is fuel. I was kind of hoping that we would be around about the 10-ton mark. So that makes sense. The TWR isn't it's not right. It doesn't feel right. I mean, what we could start doing, we could start pulling the amount of fuel that we've got in. No, I think the answer is simple. It is my first thought, and that is add more booster. That is if it will let me actually add this on the radial level, please. Oh my god, I cannot. No, I can't. Oh, thank goodness. Alright, I want to check something because I feel like that will have shifted the center of mass back behind the area of lift. I was correct. So this is what I'm going to do to that. Shift this back. Okay. And then shift this forwards. Okay. Let's save that one. Minimus spaceplane project, save it. Let's see if that was as simple as what we needed. So there's still camera bugs, right? There we go, we have atmosphere, look. Ooh, the shine though from the sun. Maybe I shouldn't have launched this just as the sun rose. That seems like a little bit of a mistake, but okay. Well, we're already going 200 meters a second, so we're already kind of like going faster than what I thought we would. Now, my question is, after copying pasting, has that added onto my... I bet it hasn't, has it? I don't know where my... I don't even know if I can bring it up. Action Group Manager, this is what I want. Reserved, custom. Yes, it has 4 rapier engines, 4 shot cones. Yes, it did. It automatically updated. Good. No, I'm still not breaking the speed of sound. .400 meters a second. So that didn't change a damn thing. It didn't change a damn thing. It would be great if we had like actual drag displays to show us where the actual drag is. on the craft. Total drag at the moment is quite high. So maybe we just need to get higher and... Also, there's an annoying amount of wobble happening. Mind you, I'm starting to actually accelerate now, so maybe that's what we needed. So potentially we need to change the fuel ratio in this. The problem is I can't see what is draining and what isn't. So resource manager. So if I say Methalox, yeah, it's all of my Methalox tanks are draining, as well as my just methane tanks. Oh. Yeah, okay. I they haven't fixed a goddamn thing, have they? Okay. Sure. No, don't revert back to the... Let's strut everything. That's what we're gonna do. The Kraken has struck. Absolutely. The Kraken has struck. We're gonna strut everything, because I think that's what that was. I'm gonna strut everything together. Just hope it sticks. To be honest, at the moment, I have read this. I don't know whether space planes are really that viable to do in Kerbal. But I'm gonna strut things, and you know, we're sticking with this, right? We're sticking with this. Just strut everything together. Oh, I can't put this strut. Oh, I can. Why did that not? Okay, struts are bugged, aren't they? Yep, struts are absolutely bugged. That needs to go away. This makes your head hurt. What, me just strutting everything? There's planes IRL that have in the past just used struts to keep everything together, right? I'm thinking... what is the name of the... It's not unheard of. Structural things. And you look at like planes such as bear with me, let me get the scene up. For this for instance, right? There's you've got the wings on the top, you've got struts connecting the wings to the fuselage of the plane, right? What's this? Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I was thinking. But I'm thinking on a grander scale. There's also, I think it's like the Canada plane or something like that. It's like, but anyway, I can't think what it was. It was like one of the first, like kind of jet passenger planes. It was made by Avro, and they had big structural fuselages, struts connecting like the tail and the wings and things like that. But I can't remember what it was called. But it was a Canadian plane. Did the Tupolev also the 104? Did that also have struts on the wings? Let me have a look at the 104. Negative. Apparently the Soviets didn't need struts. No. I can't find it. But anyway, like, I built it, not the Arrow. I can't remember what it is. I'm gonna be honest. I can't. I'm sure it was an Avro. Avro plane, but it was made in Canada. Maybe. The Arrow. Yeah, I can't remember what it was. But anyway, like there was I built a replica of it in the first Kerbal game, and it's got struts that go from the wingtips up here onto the fuselage. But this is not going to be that. This is going to be much more excessive. For whatever reason, the game doesn't like to do the struts. Like when subsonic, otherwise IRL, the loads on it would snap. Subsonic, absolutely correct. But this is also Kerbal Animal, so in order for the craft to, I believe, function and not fall apart, I'm going to need struts everywhere. It's just how it is at the moment. But anyway, my point was that struts in IRL actually do make sense. There we go. Held together with struts. So this is this cursed, and yet the joint strength in KSP2 is blech. Yeah. Yeah, I guess so. Like, if this doesn't work, we're actually gonna do something else in Kerbal 2, because I don't want to spend too much time on like one singular project and it not work. So that bug is still there. The camera bug's not been fixed. And we did encounter a brand new bug that I hadn't seen before. And that was the atmosphere not appearing. I have a feeling I've probably added way too much drag now, because I was already struggling with drag. But this time what I'm going to do, I'm going to pitch up to 10 kilometer, then we'll level out, and then we'll see if we can catch the speed up. How does the game feel since the patch? There's definitely more frames, so they've definitely made optimizations, which is good. That's what the game needed. You can fly aircraft with SAS on now. That definitely feels a lot better than what it was. And you can even fly under time warp as well. But that does become frame rate simulator, so the Kraken still exists. Oh yeah, absolutely. We'll never truly slay the Kraken, but right now the Kraken has absorbed the entire game. Oh my goodness. Hello, frames. Well, it's more stable because it didn't like immediately break apart as soon as I pitched down, so that's good. Supposedly. I'm gonna level out and we'll see if we can get to a better surface speed. We're definitely increasing 800 meters a second. $900 meters a second. Get to Mach 1. We're past Mach 1. We're about Mach 3, maybe? Mach 3.5. 1,000 meters a second. Doesn't look like I'm going to be able to get much more out of this. I was kind of hoping I'd be able to get to like 1,500 meters a second before having to This is Mach 1 zone. What? 1,200 meters per second is Mach 1? No, this is like Mach 3, 4, especially, well, it depends what altitude you're at, but yeah. At sea level, sound travels at about 300 meters a second. Thereabouts. Not exact. 300 meters a second. So, we're definitely traveling faster than the speed of sound right now. Read your previous message. What was that? Okay, I'm gonna need to pull over. Oh, right. This is a Mach 1 zone. I see. I got it. Fine. The engine sound when it switched over. "343 meters a second is Mach 1. Kath was joking. I just didn't get the joke. Okay, so we definitely don't have enough Delta V in this to be able to get to Minmus. I'm aware of that. That's fine. What I should really... I mean, we've got a lot of methane and not much oxidizers, so what I might do... we will get a circularization here. And then I'll see how much Delta V we've got left. But basically, I don't have... like, this is only just getting to low Kerbal orbit. Oh god, we're being too technical. Kath was only joking. Leave him alone. Transonic regime. Mach 1 is already reaching in some areas around the plane because the pressure is... yeah. No, I want to sound smart. Well, you didn't. That was mean. But... oh, I'm an idiot. My AP is... I wasn't looking at... oh, I need to learn how to fly planes again. My AP was massive. I wasn't paying attention. Okay, fine. Do you know what we might be able to do here, though? I might be able to do a once around and then re-land back at the... yeah, let's try that. That sounds fun. Yes, low Kerbal orbit goes to 250 kilometers. I wasn't paying attention, okay? I know what I'm doing, really honest. I'll tell you what, let's do a once around. Let's make sure our trajectory is inside the atmosphere. I want to bring this out to probably about there, somewhere. Self-realization is the first step. Well, at least you might get back to the KSC at that point. Yeah, I know, right? Like, let's maybe try and bring this back. That's gonna be tough. How better to extend here? Lots of gliding. Yeah, well, I'll bring the periapsis at like 50k. We'll try that. We'll see if that brings us back. They really want you to know where the game is paused and unpaused. That's nothing. When we keep using quick loads and stuff, that exponentially gets bigger. That's one of the bugs. So if you quick save and quick load like 5 or 6 times, you get 5 or 6 of these. So that all depends on how many. You get like 5 unpaused things. This was a bug that's been in the game for a while. They know about it. Apparently it wasn't on the list of bugs that they wanted to get fixed in the first patch. But it kind of makes sense because it's like... at least you could get an orbit without gliding back. It's nice, but you could. Yeah, so, I mean, what we could do with it... this will not make it to Minmus. I'm not going to be able to make it to Minmus with this in its current state. We will need more fuel. I hate the pause to unpause thing. I think I had a dream about playing KSP2 in the big game, allowing you to program in your landing profile, do Apollo style, or just dive in fast. I do like the mechanic that we've kind of got at the moment, if this works, with the like trajectories on whereabouts you're going to land. I'm kind of hoping here that what I can do, I can get in the atmosphere, we can slow ourselves down, and we can just like glide through the atmosphere and land back on the runway. That's kind of what I'm aiming for. Whether or not I'll be able to do it, I mean, it certainly looks pretty. Oh, I want to check these. If you had a lander on one of the launch pads, you could set it up as a target and aim for it. That's true, I could do that. Oh, actually, I do have a lander on. There you go. I do have a lander on one of the runways. We launched in the 4 degrees off. Interesting. Or just eyeballing it. That's what I usually do. Never works though. Well, this will be the first time I'm trying to eyeball it with in Kerbal 2. I used to be able to eyeball it quite well, but different games, different things. So basically what I'm trying to do, I'm trying to force the periapsis to kind of like hover around about the KSC, right? So I kind of want that to be above the KSC and just above it. So like kind of the... And the way I'm doing that, I'm controlling it by pointing myself, like creating a bit more or less drag depending on where we are. Don't like it when you put them in a permanent orbit with no engines to bring them back. No, the Kerbals don't like that. That's absolutely right. Actually, I've decided I want that to be a little bit further ahead. I think, if I remember right, the periapsis needs to be, like, kind of over here for this to work. What is my current altitude? 52,000. Press X to doubt it. Jeb likes it. Okay, I'm gonna get rid of the target there because it's just confusing me. So we're now literally, I'm just gonna have to glide back as much as possible. Create as little drag as possible. The great thing is I'm also going to have quite a lot of methane left. Shallow re-entry. Do you know what I might be able to start doing here now? I might be able to start skipping the craft off of the atmosphere because we're low enough down that I can bring that apoapsis forwards, right? So then your height, wherever that apoapsis has gone. So basically I'm bouncing off of the atmosphere. That's essentially what I'm going to try and do. Watch out, you might overheat. Nah, we're fine. Is it overheating in the game yet? I just realized I'm at time warp. Not yet. You can land on the sun. Okay. An anonymous gifter gave Animal a tier 1 sub. Thanks, Anonymous. I appreciate you. There you go, you even get a special kiss. There you go, Animal, you've got a gift sub there. That was also the alert that tells me that you've had previous subs for quite a while. Paused. I don't want to pause it. Always weird when mods don't have a sub. It's true. It is always weird. Serenity followed. Thank you very much. Ugh. The pausing when you're getting rid of time warp is obnoxious. Kath is sus. Tigress with the follow as well. Thank you very much. I appreciate that too. What is my action group to open up the cargo bay? Because I'm sure I hit that action group thing and it didn't actually work. It's custom 4. And custom 5 is toggle the panels. Okay, so neither custom 4 or 5 worked. Oh no. Custom 4 does work. But the panels didn't open. Okay. Good to know. Evening to the usual suspects. Hey, Discount, how's it going, my dude? Drop your load. I'm just trying to keep this as prograde as possible so that we are creating the least amount of drag. What panels? There's solar panels inside of the... Why is there a panel gap there? But there's solar panels inside the cargo bay here. But they Apparently the status was moving. Interesting. Well, there you go. They do work. Lack of stellar exposure. Parts ineffective. I really like the animation that it gives you. A panel gap. Yeah, look, there's like a hole in my rocket here where it's not joined together. The parts aren't joined. Now I've noticed that, I'll never be able to unnotice it. I don't know whether that's design or whether that was, you know, like poor lack of design or what. I don't know. I don't like having the control surfaces there. I think I'm going to change that. It's just a feature to allow things to shift at high speeds. It's expansion joint. I guess so. It's a feature, not a bug. Does this only contain one Kerbal in this? Oh no, there is another seat. It's behind. Weird. Just pushing the trajectory up. With them struts make it look like a Mon Calamari threw together. Razor Crest of Season 2 of The Mandalorian. Oh, right, yeah, I know what you mean. I'm not gonna lie, the struts literally keep the whole thing together. Without the struts, it just breaks and dies. It's a trap! It's a trap! So I want to hit Action Group 3, which should deactivate the Terrier engines. And then I want to hit Action Group 1, which should activate the air breathing. Intake is enabled, so we should have air breathing engines. We're about to hit the atmosphere, so we're gonna flip. We're gonna flip. I can feel it. Oh goodness, no. Ah, that's annoying. Well, now we're flying backwards. So where's the center of mass then? So the center of mass should be like way up front. Well, that's not good. Fuel only updates once it has intake air. I see. I mean, the center of mass should be way ahead of the area of lift at this point. Should be going. We should be nosediving right towards the frickin' KSC here, but I don't think that's going to be the case, is it? And there's no way to see where my area of lift center of mass is. I'll tell you what. Let's see if we can move the fuel. Methyl locks. So I want this tank. No. Oh. Right, so I want this tank. That can go over there. All the other tanks over there, and everything into this. Start. Wait, no. Everything out of this. Wrong way around. I want... Ugh, I can't tell which one's which. This one. Everything into that. There we go. Well, that seemed to have worked. Once it's flipped, you can never go back. Is that right, Serenity? I somewhat disagree. Okay, so now we're nosediving. But, we're not flying, we're falling with style. That's what we're doing. And we've got plenty of energy still to get back. It's just advanced error braking. That's what that was. It's an advanced form of error braking. It's something that, you know, we should all try. Free falling with grace. Exactly. So, yeah, I think the center of mass had shifted too far back. Which makes sense that it would, because I didn't check where the center of mass was when all the tanks had drained, and we've got, like, 4 engines at the back now. Since I put the additional extra there, it makes sense that the center of mass has shifted back. Okay, that's fine. So we need to do a redesign, basically. I mean, we needed to do a redesign anyway. You cut leftover ham and veggies, you're stuffed? Nice. Might not even need to start the engines again at this point. Nope, I don't think so. I think we're good. I think I can just glide it in. Because I've got plenty of energy. I am a little bit scared about these landing gear because something I noticed earlier, the auto suspension is on. And I don't want auto suspension on. And I've also got steering enabled on the rear as well, which I don't want on. And I can't. Come on. Auto suspension off. Oh my god, why is this thing so difficult to traverse around on the fly? Right, okay, we're gonna get rid of this because I don't want that. Don't want that. I want ground. Thank you. This is what I want. So this should be... Oh, damn it. I don't know which one's... That one is this front. So steering does want to be enabled on that. And the braking power wants to be reduced right there. I had leftovers in the fridge from yesterday, but the red onion seems to have turned green. Something was green. It didn't add anything green to a meal. Why? Onion was a tad old. Onions are usually good to keep for a long time, though, if you keep them in the fridge. So is this cooked onion? You've ordered a pizza anyway. I will need to activate the engines. I've lost a lot of energy. My engines aren't restarting though. Are they active? They're active. They're not spooling up though. I don't get why they're not spooling up. They're active. Oh no, they're not active. Status off. Status on. The engines are in air breathing mode. Exactly, that's what I want them to be. On air breathing mode. I don't think you understand, like we're in the air. Even on a different mode, they're not turning on. Okay, well, we're not going to the runway then. That's slightly annoying. The engines weren't relighting. So that must be a bug. There's quite a lot of bugs. T-tab stuff. That's annoying. If we'd have had those engines, I would have been able to make it back to the KSC. But there must be an issue with... with the action groups not being able to turn engines back on. I'm still trying to turn them on and off, trying to do different things, but it's not going to work. Are they in the wrong stage? It doesn't matter, I've activated all the stages. And there's an action group that I'll show you once I've landed. Let me land the plane. I'm going to start dropping like a stone because I've got no energy. One time I added cruise mates to new jet engines in Kerbal 2. Cruise miss up. Why? Right, here. Let me put on the what's it. Right, so if I right click on the engine, it will say engine status nominal at X amount, right? We've got fuel. But all the fuel at the moment is back here, so maybe that's the problem. Maybe that was the problem. Maybe we need to spread the fuel into this one, I guess. Well, no, because that should still have fuel in, because I didn't take any from there. So, resource manager. So if we just go to the methane engines, all of the methane engines have fuel, right? All of them have fuel. So that is all of these direct, these engines that feed direct into the Rapiers. We right-click the Rapier engine. It's on air breathing mode, which shouldn't be a problem. It's nominal. It has air because it's saying the air it's got, the air intake is 0.05 out of 0.05. So I presume that means that it's got the air. It is activated. If I deactivate it, like it physically turns off and then it turns back on, right? But whenever I put the throttle up, it's not doing anything. Another thing, just to make sure, the shock cones are open, enabled. Intake is enabled there, and this one here is also enabled. So the shock cones also are working. So there is a bug somewhere that says that I can't relight engines with action groups. Once I've turned it off, I can't turn it on. Just to make sure that I'm not going absolutely batshit crazy. Action group 1. This is to toggle intake and cycle engine mode, right? So that's action group 1. Action group 2 will be to toggle the engine itself. You see, so if I click it, it turns it off and turns it on. You can see it down here. It's using up the oxidizer. Did you see that? It was giving me no thrust, but it was using up the oxidizer. Weird. Oh, there we go. So that fixed it. Huh. So the actual action groups themselves didn't work, but toggling the action group in the tab did. Okay, so it's the actual action group key pads that were registering as though they were working, but it wasn't actually working. With spacebar, my 4 engines also didn't work, and 2 main jet engines, gimbling ones and tiny ones. Well, I mean, like I've spacebarred, so everything is like I'm through all of the stages. So spacebar, look, no stages down at the bottom. Is it enough to get back? Oh yes, plenty to get back. This thing glides really well. That's something that it does phenomenally good. It glides. At least in its current form it does anyway. So there's definitely a bug there somewhere, because the craft itself was recognized that it was running and it was working and it's fine. Oh, you see, now my landing gear aren't deploying. Oh no, they are. It's just taking a minute. This is not the way you want to land a massive space plane. Just so we're aware. We have touch. The only way to land a spaceplane is to nose first into the ocean. Land it on the taxiway, Harrison Ford style. Ooh, burn. Have you listened to the audio of that where he's like, I'm out, yep. I'm the doofus that just landed on your taxiway. He's so cool. He's so cool about it. It's just like, okay. Yep. You're an idiot, Harrison. Well done. Well, welcome to the human race. I want to taxi away, down the runway for a little bit. So that's why I've not hit the brakes. But yep, there we go. So I can land. I can still fly a plane. That's good. Technically, this has been into orbit, chat. We've not done too bad. Apart from the fact that my center of mass is not balanced correctly. So there's a way that we can get around doing that. We could swap the... Basically what I could do, I could move this fuel tank behind the cockpit. And that would just bring that center of mass a little bit further forward when it's got no fuel. Oh, Star Wars. Going well so far. 0 minutes playtime. That's how procrastination works, Serenity, right? That's how procrastination works. I want a taxi as far as I can be bothered. Want to have an explore of the runway at Kerbal now. Actually, you know what? Now we've landed it. We've shown that it can fly when you balance the plane correctly. Let's revert back to the VAB. So because I mean we've done one proof, I guess. Something else that we need to address. We need to address the liquid fuel to the liquid fuel to oxidizer ratio kind of thing, because at the moment we've not got enough oxidizer and methane and things. So I do need to address that, and I have put that at a part of my brain where I will address in the future. That's attached to that part. That's a little bit frustrating, but it's okay. We'll play around with it and we'll see how this kind of factors in. So that might have... Do you know what we could do? Take it all apart, right? Ugh. No. Okay, I'm reloading. Loading. This. Load. That needs to be one assembly. I think I know why there's a panel gap there now. This is one assembly, but we'll take that off. Take that off. Take that off. Move that back here. Let's also fix these, the auto suspension, so that that's not on. So that changes the craft a little bit. I will need to re-add this strut. And there was another strut that we needed to re-add. I think it's like hidden in here. Step 1, put more engines on. Step 2, repeat. It's definitely how to play Kerbal, right? I want that thing. I know I can get it. Please. Oh, nice. I mean, it does hurt my soul a little bit to do that, but that's okay. I mean, when you've kind of got to do it in order for the craft to actually work, it is a bad sign, but it's necessary. Actually, I'll tell you what, let's move that down here actually instead. Supposedly there was supposed to be optimization to the game, so I can kind of see quite a bit of optimization actually. It definitely feels like it's it flies better. Is that now being blocked? We should definitely... It is not. We should definitely check the center of mass now. What happens if I change the wing angle of this a little bit? Shifts the center of mass further forward. That's good. Okay, let's have a look at this on medium fuel. Okay, so this is what I want to do. I want to bring up all of the fuel tanks that are methane, and we're going to go to like 50% level. And we will need to change the ratios around as well, but I want to get the plane semi-functional first. And by semi-functional, I mean I want to make sure that... Okay, so as you drain the fuel, the center of mass is moving forward. That's good. And if it isn't, we can always do what we did before. I mean, it's not a good idea to have to move all the fuel into the front. Actually, under 0 fuel, what's it like with no fuel left? Oh, I didn't drain those tanks. Oh, come on, game. Why would you do that? That's an annoying feature. Friendly reminder, you wanted to move your console faces since you didn't like them where they are now. Control surfaces. I did want to move my control surfaces, didn't I? Okay, correct. Come back to me on that one. Remind me in like 5 minutes once I've finished playing around with the fuel tanks and stuff. Okay, all the struts have broken, but that's fine. We can refix the struts. Let's get rid of all of our fuel. What? think it's just that one's empty. Just this one then. Where's the center of mass now? So under no fuel whatsoever, the center of mass is ahead and slightly above of the area of lift, which is exactly what we want. Because then when we do something stupid such as this and shift the mass so when we're pitching up in the atmosphere, right? That center of mass is still ahead of where the area of lift is. Do you kind of get what I'm trying to do here? And all the way through, no matter how hard we push this should not want to flip in the atmosphere under 0 fuel. But I think basically what happened, we had a little bit of fuel in, and at some point, like probably here, because all the mass was further back at this point, basically I pitched up, and then the center of mass ended up behind the area of lift, and that's what made it flip over. So all I had to do was just move the fuel around, but you don't want to do that really in a flight. You just want it to fly correctly all the way through. So that's why I checked this. But it does seem to automatically be updating as well, which is quite nice. That's good. I'm glad that they're doing that. Now I've got to put all this fuel back in. Right, next thing that we need to do, we need to actually change the fuel ratio. So we are going to need more oxidizer, I think. No, I need more methalox, just in general. So I'm thinking what I'm going to do with like one of these exterior tanks, because one of these exterior tanks is just methane. I think I'm going to switch that up to the methalox, and we'll see if that works. Yeah, have a button show empty fuel tanks would be real quality for space planes, correct? Well, I mean, for anything. It's good to know what your dry mass is. And I realize the game gives you your total dry mass, but it doesn't give you the dry mass of, like, certain segments, right? So being able to, like, empty your fuel tanks, increase your fuel tanks, that sort of thing would be great. I'm still not a fan of this part lister, the part picker, parts manager thing. I'm not a fan of this. I'm not a fan of me having to shift through all of these different parts in a parts manager in order for you to find that exact thing that you want. Like this nose cone is like right here. Why is that in the parts manager? Because you don't need it for anything, right? So the only reason you would select that is to do its it's like auto strutting in Kerbal 1, right? Talking of struts, we need to, while I'm thinking about it, need to re-strut because they have not worked. Nope. Maybe they have. Maybe I just need to re-click them. There we go. Okay, so this craft right now is before the changes I made for the to be able to go to Minmus. However, you did remind me the control surfaces. So let's have a look at this. I wanted to change this. I didn't want this control surface here, did I? What I wanted was, I think, a stabilizer. Now, what I should have done, I should have left those control surfaces where they were. But I didn't. So that was kind of where it was before, right? And this was gonna change. So advanced control, and it's just the roll. Maybe it's the tip angle here that I want to change. Now that has changed the area of lift. Let's just make sure that that's accurate. However, I think that's still good. It's still pulling the area of lift back a little bit, which is good. Or a way to empty all the tanks, fill all the tanks. I had a mod once that allowed me to do so. It told me in the editor how much fuel I have in total. Interesting. Well, I'm sure. I'm kind of cautiously confident that they will make the fuel at least a little bit more self-explanatory. Okay, so we're going to launch this. I want to see... I want to see what we have, what we're dealing with, and then we can kind of make a judgment on how much... how much we change here. I'm actually going to use chase cam, I think. Oh, I need to. Where is the sun? Directly above us. I don't want to fly into the sun. Go away, sun. I kind of need to decide whether it's more efficient using these air breathing engines down in the lower atmosphere or the upper atmosphere. What's the hotkey for camera change? V. It's the same as Kerbal 1. If you played Kerbal 1, that is, Serenity. Okay, something's not right here. The, hello? So that bug's back. Good to know. What the actual... Not doing anything. It's inverted. The wings have been inverted. never had an issue before, so you never bothered with it in Kerbal 1. So what I used to do seems to like to do that. What I used to do when I was docking, this is when I first learned how to start docking, I would go to chase mode on the camera to dock, so that I had like a visual representation of where I was. So apparently the wings need to be on inverted. Do you know what? That should be part of your pre-flight checks, Womble. You should know that. Alright, let's revert back to the launch for a sec. So V is to change the camera mode. But yeah, no, like I did used to use the the different cameraing modes in Kerbal. So I think it's chase mode, or what used to be chase mode, where the camera would rotate to the orientation. So let me just pause for a sec. So the camera would rotate round to the orientation, so that always, no matter what way your craft was, up was always up where the camera was, so your camera would change with the craft, right? So if you're doing a roll program over and you're trying to dock to something and you want the top of your craft to be at the top of, like, relative speaking to the top of the station, you could do that with having the camera in chase mode. It's the same way as in cockpit mode, right? Like, it was the same thing, but it's an external thing. I'm not sure that it works the same now, though. So this is the chase mode in the game, and it's not. I think now it's capture mode, maybe. I'm not sure. Oh right, you can't move the camera around when you're in pause. That seems annoying. Yeah, so some of these camera modes just don't work. Well, we can see whether chase mode works or not. Let's we'll do a launch. Basically what will happen if I keep the camera here, as I pull up, the camera will stay the exact same relative to the craft, right? So the craft will always stay in that position in a camera, and it's the background that will move around us. That's very good for when you're trying to dock or when you're trying to fly. But chase mode does not do... Oh, right, yeah, I'm inverted. Yeah, so the relative to the vessel, I mean, there's still a little bit of a play in this, but effectively, if I put, say, the camera was like right here, if I can remember how to focus on this. No, can't remember how to do it. But if the camera was like right over there, you could make a first person change, right? So when I roll over, everything will roll around the vessel instead of the vessel rolling around everything else, which just helps you to kind of negotiate what's up and down, right? So this is quite because everything is then up and down relative to the vessel rather than relative to the atmosphere, so you don't get disorientated when you're in docking sequence, which I used to use. I don't do that anymore in Kerbal. Now what I do in Kerbal, I utilize the nav ball, so I'm aware that I use the nav ball to dock. I don't look at anything else. I look at the nav ball. which is a little bit more advanced. Horizon Cam, which is interesting. Celestial Cam, which is also interesting. Capture Cam. I think this is for capturing nice screenshots and stuff. Like, I can't zoom in and out on Capture Cam. I can move the camera there. Interesting. Body Cam. I think Body Cam is the center of mass. Maybe. That looks about where the center of mass is. So we're right on the center of mass. I'd be interested to know if our focal point on the camera changes. But body cam seems to be the cam that is auto. Your auto camera mode in the atmosphere. Chase is still in the middle somewhere of all the cam setups. Lock is the one in the whole spiel too. Oh, maybe locked cam is what I'm thinking of. Maybe that's what I'm thinking of, Animal. The things I usually dock are so big that the camera position isn't the issue. Yeah. Usually control from the docking port and set the intended docking port to the target, and then just follow the distance towards my target, which is easy. Yeah, I mean that's the way to do it. Really, you can do it that way. There's nothing wrong with doing it that way. It's just that that was the method that used to ignite in my head. But now, like I said, I ignore everything that I'm seeing visually and just focus on the nav ball. The reason why I do that is because that's what the astronauts have to do, right? I think that's way cooler. Understanding how the nav ball works and flying by use of the nav ball is way cooler than doing anything visual. On the back of the centered lift on the back of the plane, with the docking port. Yeah, I used to do that as well. I used to have like little indicators of where the area of lift was, where the center of mass was, and this, that, and the other. You passed the engine test for the Poodle. Congrats, Tigris. So much easier using the nav ball to dock, in my opinion. Absolutely it is, yeah. It's so easy to get disorientated if you're doing third-person docking. If you're doing first-person docking, it's a lot easier because all you have to think about is, I need to move up, I need to move down, I need to move to the left, I need to move to the right, I need to move forward, I need to move back, or forward quicker, or I need to move, you know, slow down, kind of thing. And it's a lot more easier to figure that out in your head, I think. Again, that's personal preference. Like, there's I don't think there's any potential, like, wrong way of doing things. So we need more methane. I think that's what I'm discovering here. I just need more methane. I've got too much oxidizer. No, we need more methane tanks, just in general. Which is going to kill my TWR, but... yeah, I need more. More methane is definitely in order. Not got enough methane. It's either that or different flight trajectory. So I've got 800 meters a second left. Well, that was not the best of launches. Okay, let's go to the VAB then. I'm trying to think what the meta for space planes used to be. I feel like Kerbal 2 has different aerodynamics than Kerbal 1 does, because when I was flying at like sea level over a long period of time, I was just burning through methane and there's just way too much drag. So if I get up sooner, level out at like 10k kind of thing, and then just punch it, that might be the way forward. Let's try that, because that's what we did the first time, and I had a lot more Delta V, but I still need a lot more Delta V in terms of, do you know what I really miss? I miss being able to lock fuel in the fuel tanks. Because time was old. I would have locked these fuel tanks so that these engines wouldn't be able to utilize them. Then I'd just like select them all and unlock them for the Terrier. I think, so along this kind of side here, I'm going to want more fuel tanks, like these sort of sizes, in between this, and it's just going to be Methalox, I guess. Oh, also let's invert. A lot of velocity with this ascent compared to the last try, am I wrong? Absolutely, you're right. I did. I killed a lot because I was doing flips and all sorts. You're right. It was an unfair test. We have V1, rotate, V2. Last time I pitched up a lot more. We got up to like 10k first, and then I like leveled out and we just punched it kind of thing. So that's what we'll do this time. We'll get up to altitude and then we'll level out. I had to skim 33 to 34 kilometers and fan your poodle engines to keep it between that. I see. Well done. You did it. Like I said, like those sort of contracts were the bane of my existence. I could never do them. So, well, I could do them. I just didn't like to do them. As long as it works, there's no wrong way. Exactly. Once you realize the clouds are gone, you can't unsee it and you really miss them. I disagree, because the clouds were absolutely horrific. I think they were one of the reasons why they caused so much lag. The clouds were horrible. I did not like the clouds. I do not miss them. Some of my struts aren't there. Like, there literally, okay. Sure. Pass. Struts be gone. It feels like this is a lot more draggy than what it was last time. The total drag has definitely increased. Lift to drag ratio is not good either. I don't know. Sorry, I'm messaging someone. I can't multitask. Is it the stabilizers? It might be, actually. You know what? That's a good point. Maybe these create a lot more drag. The problem is, Serenity, unlike Kerbal 1, we can't actually see what's causing drag on our crafts. Right? So for all I know, there could be something in the payload that's not actually occluded right now and it's creating a shit ton of drag. Because we moved everything around, right? So this is the payload bay here. We moved that around. So for all I know, it could be something there. But there's definitely a lot more drag this time. I don't know. Kerbal things. Okay, well, either way, we know we need to get some fuel, but I do want a proof of concept with this, right? I want to be able to get this into low Kerbal orbit and see how much delta V we've got to spare. It would be too easy to see the drag on certain parts. No easy mode in KSP. Well, I am missing the drag overlay that we used to have. I am missing that. Yeah, this was a lot more efficient launch trajectory than what we did last time. Sure, they'll bring it back soon. Hopefully. I mean, it'd be nice to have an updated version. That would be pretty cool. It's been a long time since I've designed a spaceplane. I've kind of forgotten how rewarding it is when you actually get it into... Should be with the heat update at the least. Do you think? Could be. I've definitely flown off track here. I wasn't really paying attention. I've gone east 92 degrees instead of 90 degrees, but actually, I mean, we want that with Minmus, right? Like, we're gonna want that. This time I'm gonna cut my engines off when my AP gets to like 80 kilometers. I'm not gonna be a doofus. There we go. We'll swap over. So there we go. We're on the Terrier engine at the back now. So how much delta V do we have? We've got 860 meters a second. So I need not that much more actually in Yeah, because like this main fuselage was like getting into orbit was supposed to have about 150,000. Wait, no. Not 150,000. What am I talking about? 1,500 meters a second. Okay, I think I know how I'm going to fix it then. We need more fuel tanks. That's a given. But I need to be careful because the more mass we add, the lower TWR we've got. Meth ox is still rigged there, too much oxidizer. I think you're right, but that will change. Resource manager. Meth. Yeah, we do. We've got too much. We've not got enough methane. That's what we need. We need more methane. Oh no. No, we're good. We're good on methane. I forget that we've got the methane from the tanks at the back. The fuel transfer thing's good. Yeah, it's the other way around. We need more oxidizer, look. We need more oxidizer. So I think what we're going to do, we're going to change one of these methane tanks into oxidizer, methane oxidizer. So we'll have these parts of the engine here designed to getting this into orbit. Pure oxidizer tanks. For some reason it says 800 meters a second here. 500 meters a second. Okay, so it is falling. So I want action group 4 to open the cargo bays. The panels didn't open. I just have to manually do that then. The ratio, right, I had lots of useless mass since there was tanks with 0 meth but full oxidizer. Yeah, so you brought too much oxidizer up. I've done the other. I've brought too much methane. Not enough oxidizer. Well, no, I just don't have enough fuel. That's the clear point of everything, is the fact that I just don't have the fuel to do what I want to do. We need an action group that turns off all control surfaces. Let's have a play. Can I edit the action groups? So let's get rid of that. Let's put this on custom group 9. We can. Aero. So... Yes. Toggle... I don't think I want any of these, do I? I want to disable control surfaces. Well, the way to do that is, this is my yaw control, so toggle yaw. Toggle yaw. The flux, toggle pitch. Toggle pitch. And the... Oh wait, no, that is toggle roll. Toggle roll. Toggle yaw. Cool. So that should, in theory, if I hit custom group 9, at the moment, they're all activated, look, so... Wait, hold on a sec. Advanced controls. Why is that doing things when I hit the... No, it's not. Okay. So if I hit action group 9, they should all turn off. It's doing something there. I don't know if you can see. It's like thinking about it, but it's not. No. So, yeah, you just have to manually select everything. So you can't do that through action groups. That's a little bit disappointing. X everything. X. I think it's switching between fine control mode and normal mode. I don't think so. Fine control is that low. Fine control just means that you don't get as much angle of attack these days. That's fine. I'm not really that bothered. My scent profiles are worse than yours, so it's probably more like me being a noob. It could be. Serenity. It takes a long time to get space planes up and running. I haven't done space planes in a very long time. However, the space planes that I have designed have been pretty good. At least in my opinion. I don't know. Maybe chat can let you know whether they are good or bad. If you really want to have a look at some of the screenshots of some of my previous space planes, you can do exclamation point mission, I think, or is it exclamation point Womble X? And there, in that craft file, there's like a whole bunch of, there's like a fleet menu where you can have a look at all of the different craft files I designed. Well, not all of them, but some of the craft files I designed for Kerbal, right? So... Oh, I'm apparently on desktop mode. Didn't know that. Well, you guys can see this whilst I'm doing it. So the Womble fleet in here, this give... Oh god, this is obnoxious. Thank you. This gives us planes... Space planes. So you've got like the Albatrosity, you've got the Condorino, Dovetail, and things like that. And there's screenshots for some of them, not all of them. I didn't take screenshots for everything, unfortunately. But there's all sorts of stuff there. So, for instance, the Albatrosity, which is a bit of a ridiculous thing. Shut up. This was this. I would do this... But that was the version, that was the first version iteration, which drastically changed. It worked, but I drastically changed that to have this kind of Skylon approach. So, and you can see all the different iteration changes look. So version 1.2 and so on and so forth. Gotta actually circularize. The skipper is being a pain now. Another problem I always prioritize style over functionality. The Valkyrie dropships just look too good to not be recreated in KSP. True. So there is a very good axiom that I try to go by these days, is form from function. So instead of designing things that look good on paper, instead of designing things that look good, design things that work, and then it will look good because it works. At least that's for me. So I have so I made it to orbit and I've got 300 meters a second spare, so we definitely need more delta V in this. But I mean, it's a good little thing. It's not what I was intending on doing today, but it's definitely something I've done. And I think with a better flight path, I'd probably squeeze a lot more delta V out of this, but it works. It gets to orbit, now build a refueling station and it's all fine. Do you know what? That's not the worst idea. Just have a refueling station. But there's no refueling parts. Actually, it's a terrible idea. There's no refueling parts in KSP2, right? What am I on about? I think it looks pretty cool. It wasn't my intention to make it look like the Blackbird, but it kind of does. I did say we were going to go to Minmus though. However, I am going to run out of time soon, so I'm not making Minmus today. Okay, so here's my first verdict, because I did want to do kind of like a verdict on the current state of Kerbal after the first patch. It's 10 times better than what it was. It's playable now. Like, I can play it. So this kind of, I mean, we're not going to be doing big, mega, massive builds, but I'm hopeful that in the future I'll be able to actually get things to work properly. Now, we do have a problem. We're on this exact save file. Actually, yeah, on this save file, we do have a craft out on Duna at the moment that had bugged out, and I could not, for the life of me, get back. Let's just focus in on it. We'll switch over to the craft itself. So let's control this. It is not named what it was supposed to be named, but the names in the game do seem like they've broken. Whether or not we'll be able to switch to it is another matter, I don't know. But it seems to be doing something. Here we go. It did. It worked. So this is out at Duna at the moment. And I want to bring this back. So in order to bring this back, we need to... Okay. What? This is not where we are. There we go. In order to bring this back... What is this? Oh, I think that's the lander. Yeah, that's fine. In order to bring this back, I need to start planning maneuver nodes and that sort of thing. Because we do want to bring it back. We landed on Duna, even though the game file like kind of crack and striked out. We didn't actually make it back from Duna. Not properly. But I want to bring it back. I mean, we did, right? We had all the right delta V. We had the correct amount of delta V in order to land on Duna and whatever, but we had a bug where it wasn't reading it, so I reverted. Yeah, there was a number of reasons why I couldn't do what I wanted to do, so we just reverted the thing and was like, well, we landed on Duna and we got it out of orbit from Duna, landed from Duna, that sort of thing. So what I want to do is I want to set target to here. Set target to there. I want to set target on Kerbal if I could, please. Oh my god. Kerbin. Ugh. This is obnoxious. Minmus, the Mun. Maybe from here I might be able to set target to Kerbin. Set target to Kerbin, there we go. I think my pizza might be stuck in the oven. So really what I want to do here is I want to set up a maneuver node where we're actually intersecting focus. But I think it's the wrong time of year actually for us to be doing this. Yeah, so we're out of phase. So we get to here and Kerbin is like way too far ahead, so we need to wait. We need Kerbin to be behind us? Ordered it 90 minutes ago. Jesus, that's nearly as good as us. Oh, I've never been very good at transfer orbits and that sort of thing. You know what? I'm gonna... because I always used to do the Kerbal transfer window planner thing, and I have a feeling it still works, but I've just got to convert the date. So if I want to get from Duna back to Kerbin... it should be around about, like, year 2, day 244. Now that doesn't sound right. Yeah, I need Kerbin to be, like, here, right? Is that right? The radius of the orbit, and I don't know. Yeah, so EJ might be able to explain the scientific... the way I've got to think of it... Right, okay, so this is how I've got to think of it. Right now, out here, we're going slower, orbiting around Kerbal than what Kerbin is, right? So we need to adjust our trajectory so that Kerbin catches up with us when we're here, right? So Kerbin, it has to be behind us when we start. Whereas if we're going out to a planet in a higher orbit, that planet needs to be in front of us. So I think we need like a degree angle where Kerbin's actually behind us. The lower the radius, the faster it moves. So when Kerbin is behind you, it catches up. And basically when it's inward and faster, yeah, you fall towards Kerbin. Correct. That's what I was trying to say. So we need Kerbin to be behind us, like over here somewhere, but I don't know where the ideal place is. It's been a lot, like, I've never really been great at transfer windows. That's one of the areas of Kerbal that I never really did. Because a lot of my Kerbal 1 content was low Kerbin orbit stuff, the Mun stuff, because I wanted to do like a realistic kind of rocket builds and things like that. Which, if you have a look in the Womble fleet, you will see my boosters. I did a lot of remakes of other builds. So, for instance, this here is like I called it the Hermes 5, but that's because it's Arion 5, right? It was designed around the Arion 5. This is all stock. And basically that was a heavy lift to low Kerbin orbit, right? And then there was my personal favorite is the Union boosters, which is can you guess what it is yet? You know, I mean, like, yeah, so like, I was always, I'm very good at doing real life stuff in Kerbal, but I can't do transfer windows for whatever reason. My brain has never been able to comprehend it. Proton rocket. Yes, that's a proton rocket. And then we had the Union B, which apparently has screenshots highlighted but no links there. So apparently I never actually did it. But yeah, basically I did, you know, and then Tachyon here, which is actually probably my favorite one. The Tachyon lifter, which is effectively an Electron. And you can recover the booster with parachutes. Not with a helicopter, unfortunately, but you can recover the booster with Electron. That is probably one of my favorite shots. We could actually have a go at recreating this, I guess, in Kerbal. I mean, I use like the spark engines and stuff. And look, I even made a way of separating the batteries. Although I'm not gonna lie, that started cracking striking, so we got rid of that feature on older, newer iterations. So I believe that it doesn't have that feature in the revision 4. So yeah, I was always very good at doing low Kerbin orbit stuff. Sounds in KSP2 are pure platinum. Absolutely, Serenity. The loudest rocket ever known to Kerbal kind. Yes, it was a pretty loud rocket. The reason why it was a pretty loud rocket is because it had 9 very loud rocket engines on the bottom, and no matter how much I turned the game down, it was still like blaringly loud. It was a loud rocket, I will admit. It was a loud rocket. Like it would blow your ears off. I'm curious to know whether it still works actually, because Kerbal has changed. Okay, so anyway, let's go back to the Space Center. We're gonna land the space plane we've launched. We didn't go to Minmus today. I was actually expecting to go to Minmus. I was going to do space plane technology to Minmus, but we didn't actually end up doing that because it took me a lot longer to remember how to build a space plane than I thought it would. I thought I'd be able to just go, oh yeah, space plane. Apparently I can't do that anymore. Well, to be fair, I have done, oh look, space plane in like 4 hours, and it's semi-capable, like it's alright, it's not terrible. it works. Where are we? Around the planet right now. Something that is a little bit annoying. It's very dark and I can't see really where we are. I want to be over the crater. Oh my god, the pauses and unpauses. We're on 6 now. This is because I think it's when you change craft files. Or like reload something. If you unload and reload something, that's when that bug happens. And it just adds like another pause unpause. They didn't fix that by the looks of it. Yeah. Okay, let's start our deorbit. Let's see if my trajectories can still, if I can still figure out how to land on the runway. This should not get caught by rule number 5. Transfer window planner. Is that for... You can do exclamation point transfer, and you can see the transfer that I do. I'll have a look at that in a sec, though. So if I'm right in this, we should... Yeah, so action group 5 doesn't do anything. Action group 4 closes things. Okay, that's fine. Here, let me have a look at this. Ah, that's the... Yeah, okay. Oh! This has changed. So that's that's the Delta V map that we've got, right? But you've got actual transfer windows there. Nice. Okay. So here we go. That's actually not bad. Unfortunately, with this, that's actually quite a good one. I might change... Here, I'll show you guys what I'm looking at. I might change my link so that this comes up. This is actually quite useful. Yeah, Duna is a 44-degree ejection angle is 105 degrees. I know Duna. I remember Duna's, and I kind of remember Eve's is negative 50. Like, it needs to be 50 degrees, but in the other direction. Moho's fairly easy because that's easy to hit. So you need a 75 degree. So Kerbal needs to be ahead of Duna by 75 degrees. I'm confused. I struggle to see. The picture above helps. Yeah, so that's like a 75 degree angle to get back. Okay. So, yeah, so Kerbal needs to be behind Duna. I was right. Okay. And it's about a 75 degree angle. Okay. That kind of makes sense. I understand that. Dres is interesting. Interesting that Dres is behind. I don't understand why Dres is behind here. And Elu. Well, Elu kind of makes sense. Because Elu's just like hardly moving, right? Relative to Kerbin, so... yeah. Okay. That's actually pretty good. And there's the ejection angle as well. I like that too, because that's actually really handy. Huh. Yeah, no, that's pretty handy. Thank you. I'm gonna take that. I'm gonna save that. I'm gonna save that. That's going in a folder. There we go, saved. Where are we at the moment? We can time warp. Oh. So the Terrier engine at the moment is off. Happy to help. No, that was a very useful link. I'm surprised I've not seen that actually. I'm usually fairly clued in with those sort of things. So the fact that I had not came across that image before is interesting, but very helpful. Thank you. Appreciate it. But yeah, no, like my Achilles heel to Kerbal has always been and will always be transfer windows. Like I have to use outside, but I'm sure if I learnt the maths, if I spent time figuring out the maths itself, I'd be able to understand it. But because I never have spent that time learning the maths, you know, it's always been an Achilles heel of mine. I'm not saying that, yeah, like I said, I'm not saying that the knowledge is unobtainable. Absolutely not. No knowledge is unobtainable to anything. I'm gonna... because we're coming in on a little bit of an odd angle here, I'm actually going to do a little bit of an S-turn. So we're going to kind of like bank over to create... because I'm creating drag to bring my rendezvous down. I really like this trajectory. Well, it's based on the trajectories mod, right? Land it on the VAB. Into the VAB, more like. Don't fat finger the Z button. That's also key. Not that I've got any engines turned on actually at the moment. Let's see whether we need to do a fuel transfer again. Still got quite a lot of oxidizer left, but we got literally 2 tons of methane, so. That's how I practice VTOL flight. I tried to land every single one I built in the KSP-1 on the VAB. When I got it done consistently, I tried taking it somewhere else. I see. I've never done VTOL flight on Kerbal. Is that true, chat? Someone will be able to tell me whether that's true. I mean, I've done VTOL flight, obviously, on the Mun. That's easy. Mun landing is as easy as docking. But VTOL flight on... No, I have. I lie. I have. I've built a helicopter. That counts, right? Helicopters count, right? Actually, I don't think that was on stream. I think that was off stream. Helicopters flight count absolutely with VTOL. Vertical takeoff and landing. Absolutely. Okay, so our trajectory is a little bit too hot right now, so I am actually going to really, like, do quite a few S-turns. I'm gonna keep that monopropellant on, actually. Now, here's the question. Do we want to pass over the KSC like I used to and come and land on 27? Which I guess would be 27L or R, depending on which way you're coming in. Or do we want to just land on 09? Of the round tanks for the nuke engines, love them. Should we do 09? I think 09 is more of a flex, right? Sorry, 27. So basically, if you don't know what I've just said there, runways are pretty much determined on the direction of travel. So at the moment, we're traveling towards 90 degree angle, which is due east. So that's 09, right? On if you think of a 360 plane, which is the circle, you've got 36, which is due north. You've got 18, which is due south. And then due east is 09, and due west is 27. So if we land on runway 27, which will be facing west, we have to turn around over the ocean. So we took off from 09, and we're going to land on 27. I think I have that the right way around. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong. Is the island flight field still there? We could land there, actually, if you'd like. But yes, it is. I took an F-18. Inserts minion saying, "What meme here?" Hey Charlie, how's it going? Welcome in. The thing is with this runway, these runways are a lot easier to land on now because they are so much longer, which is so nice. And there's 2 of them. banana. So yeah, we could land on the island runway if you'd like. If that's what you want. Gotta tell me now, though. I've only just got enough energy to land on the island runway, I think. But I need to know now. Because that decision is gonna very quickly be nosediving into the ocean if we're not. No idea. We're still wondering if it was there. Yeah, it's still there. We're not landing on the island runway. Then we'll come and land on 27. Yes, island runway. Too late. I've already made the executive decision. Well, it's not too late. I could still make the island runway, I think. I think it's a lot easier to land on the island runway now than what it used to be. It's a lot flatter. It's short, you might crash. I want to see boom. Island runway, proof it still exists. Fine, we'll go to the island runway. Our energy is quite low, though. And I'm going to bleed off quite a lot because I'm not really... We need to change the direction of travel. We're lucky that we're quite high in the air to be able to make this maneuver. You sure we're not going on for 27? Because we're lined up perfectly for 27 right now. I'm gonna have to do a little bit of a... No, we go to the island runway. We'll do it. We'll do it. We'll do it. Even though that's a lot safer. That's in the exact right place where it needs to be. We're not in the right place for a... Uh-oh. Combined 9 is near maneuver node. Oh. Oh, I left the maneuver node still up and it gave me a warning to tell me that, so combined 9, that's the Duna mission. I didn't know that was a thing. They've got little alerts. I didn't know that was a thing. That's pretty cool. Having a little alert here, just exactly where my face is, but it's like, you guys didn't see it, but I saw it. Okay, energy's looking okay at the moment. It's not amazing. The problem is that the runway doesn't actually render in until you're like really like on top of it. I can just about see it over here. Breathing mode is on. Don't know whether the Terrier engine is also on. Terrier's off. Okay, well the engines are working, so that's cool. Alarm mod, it's been integrated. Yeah, must be. I mean, I've never needed it really in Kerbal 1. Well, I used to use the alarm mod for transfer planner window notifications to tell me when the transfer windows were coming up. Someone tell me what the sea level altitude of the island runway is. Whoa! What? Intake is enabled, but we're out of air. Air breathing mode. I am... It has happened again. Oh god. Wait. See if I can pause it. It's happened again. Go to the action group manager. And I want to... It was custom 2 last time that fixed it, right? Well, looks like Animal's gonna get his wish. Because I've got no engines again. I do not understand. We're on air breathing mode, it's activated. Methane air deprived. Why? We've got methane, we've got no oxidizer, but we're on the air breathing mode. I do not understand, chat. Okay, we're landing with rocket engines. Sure. It's not how I was planning on landing. But the air breathing cycle is just not working right now. Did you clog up the intakes? Must have. Close the intakes? No, the intakes are open. But it is acting as though the intakes are closed. Yeah, intakes open, look, enabled. Up! Explosion. In my defense, that only happened because I had the bug, right? That's annoying. I was kind of hoping I'd be able to land that. And I was lagging. I was starting to lag out. Mushroom cloud. Yep. Yeah, so let's see if we can get this bug nailed down and we can report it. Because what it looks like is... So the intakes themselves, they were open. That's what I wanted to check once we landed. So I'm kind of a little bit annoyed that it crashed. But I was really struggling to keep it aloft. So my action group, the way that the action groups are set up, I've got action group 1, which toggles the air breathing cycle and the nose cones, right? So if I click this, hit action group 1, oh, the nose cones didn't actually close. But we are now on closed cycle. So hit action group 1 again, we're on air breathing, the nose cones are open. So the nose cones just don't actually work in the action group, so we should take that off. So the nose cones at all times have been open. Rocket, air breathing, rocket, air breathing, rocket, air breathing. Turn off those engines completely. That's the Terrier. Turn off the Terrier. Turn the engines back on. Rocket. Air breathing. I don't get it. I don't know what's causing it. Because it was working, and then it all of a sudden decided that there was no air. Weird. Whoa, steady on there. That was kind of funny. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to say. Oh well, it was fun though, like designing the, I mean, we've got a space plane, right? How to tune a space plane into a bouncy castle. Yeah, I know, right? Like, there's still bugs in the game. So we built a space plane and it works. It just doesn't go to where I was hoping it would go. It didn't go to Minmus. It's too small for Minmus. I know what I need to do to change it so that it will get to Minmus, so, but I'll save that for next time. I'm going to save that for next time. Here, I'm going to quit game. Before the whole thing crashes, I'm going to change scenes now. Hit the music. That was fun, though. That was fun. I enjoyed that. I enjoyed that a lot. Kerbal definitely feels like it's in a much better place than what it was like this time last month when it came out. So patch 1 has done... There was a lot of big bug fixes with patch 1, which it needed. You made a giant barge, but it's sinking under insane lag. By the way, does the inline cockpit produce less drag than the nose cone one? No idea. In Kerbal 1, oh, I can't remember the drag stats for those two parts. I think they're about equal. No, the inline cockpit produces more drag, but it all depends on what you put in front of the cockpit itself. I believe. So if it, yeah. It can have its drag occluded, if that's what I'm trying to say, if that makes sense. And you can occlude drag in a load of different ways in Kerbal 1. I don't know about Kerbal 2. Still learning the game. Still learning the game. That was fun though, so thank you very much for everyone who's dropped by today. It was good. I've enjoyed it. I was supposed to finish an hour ago, and I am still going. Next stream will probably be Thursday, and it will be RimWorld, because I don't want to give up the RimWorld save. I'm really enjoying that at the moment. And then maybe a stream on Friday with more Kerbal. And then a stream on Saturday with both Rimworld and Kerbal. Maybe. No guarantees. Maybe. But I do want to keep going with the Rimworld save, because that has been very fun. If you don't know what the Rimworld save I'm on about, you can do exclamation point scenario in the chat, and a little bit of a graphic will come up with the Space Divas Rimworld save that we're currently working on. And in Kerbal, we'll be doing more Kerbal 2 stuff. I'm not planning on returning to Kerbal 1 with the Womble stuff, just because at the moment I'm sort of okay with just doing weird random challenges and stuff. I will get that space plane going to Minmus. I might work on it off stream, actually. I don't know. We'll figure it out. I might work on it off stream, and then we'll bring the Jeb, Bob, Bill, and Val back from Duna now that we can. And use a variant of that space plane that we've just built today to bring them back home, I guess. Apart from I've got 5 Kerbals on that mission, and I've only got oh no, I've got space for 5 Kerbals. That's good. Yep, that works. So yeah, that's the plan. Rimworld will be the next stream. But I am gonna go. I need food. So have a good night, evening, noon, insert time zone here. I'll see you guys on the flip side. Until next time, later nerds.